Okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Right back. Cool, yeah, welcome. Welcome. Welcome to City 17. There we go. A little bit better. Cool, I hope you're having a great day. I did look at the game inside to look at what I was kind of look at what I was doing versus what the game was doing, and I figured out that at least the visual logic of the game was different from what I'm doing, and it was like a little bit of it did break my brain a little bit, if I'm being honest, because the light versus dark thing is still kind of I can't understand the definitive rules for it. Like, it just is a thing that keeps like shifting around. So a little bit a little bit annoying. Very nice out today too. By the way, the weather has been fantastic. I did look up, like I was saying, I went and looked up the visual reference for the forest thing. There was a great level on that game where it showed me exactly what I needed to see, and it was different than the way I had thought I remembered it. It was different. So I'm gonna try and replicate that, meticulously replicate that, to hopefully... Future oil. Did he say something? 'Cause I don't see him in. I don't see future folio. Hey, Foros, welcome. Hey, yo, future oil. Do you see him in here, or are you just preemptively saying that? Just got away from him. Oh, there he is. Maybe his message came in for you before he came in for me. He said what? Did he? It doesn't show up for me. I'm telling you, chat has been bugging out lately. Let me close it and see if it'll show up. He did say it. What the? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. It just... The chat overlay says it. But it doesn't say it for me though. Like now it says it because I closed it out and opened it back up. So I'm just gonna be... I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to start Chad Borking Onos. I'm gonna have to probably reinstall the Brave browser or something. It must have gotten updated enough to, or I'm in a version that's far enough away where it's like it's just zoinking out. Twitch is glitching, maybe. I don't think so, because I think it's more of a me problem, because and the reason I think that is because if I don't pop the chat out, it doesn't happen. That's why the other day I was running my chat inside of the browser, then I was just running my YouTube chat separately on top of it. I just had to be very careful with the arrangement of all that and stuff. It was annoying. To be sure, it was annoying. But... Oh yeah, I tried my leaves, Coolio. I tried doing the tobacco leaves behind like the cheek. I heard you can get it like a nicotine from that, or you know, a nicotine intake from that. But I honestly can't tell if it was like a placebo effect or if something was happening. So kind of a waste of time. What happened? Nothing. I just kind of chewed on it a little bit and then I let it sit like dip inside of my cheek, like you would with dip. And I was like, I'm not sure if I'm feeling anything. Well, at first I thought I was. Not sure if you need to dry it out. Yeah, they were saying they were just taking freshly. Drying it out is for is if you're going to smoke it. You need to dry out the leaves for sure, and then that would work most likely. Unless I got lemon seeds. Not literally, but I mean lemon in the like the way people say that about cars, you know. Nicotine has this distinctive taste. I don't know if I would have ever tasted nicotine because, like, normally when you use dip and stuff like that, it comes with. I don't know, Coolio. Maybe I'm bad at tasting stuff because I don't recall having a taste because, like, I've done things that have nicotine in it, and they always have a flavor to them. Like cigarettes obviously have a flavor, a strong flavor. And then you have the dip is obviously like they even put sugar in there, which I found out later. I was like, what the sugar? Or should I say that is what I got when I tried smoke? That is what I got. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy, and I'm not doubting that you tasted something I didn't taste. That doesn't mean that you didn't taste it. It just seems like the smell. When you say nicotine, do you mean tobacco? Like, because the nicotine is a chemical compound, right? Like, you can't taste nicotine. Like, or I mean, you could if you had a jar of it, but like if you somehow chemically separated it into a pill form and then licked the pill, you could like taste it. But let's just say I didn't enjoy that. I gotta try. Yeah, good. Well, good thing it didn't work for you. It super worked for me. I was like, this is amazing. So my experience is just assessed wrong. Yeah. Well, you're one of the lucky ones. I pushed through and I was like, I love this. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, but I'm gonna say Poros is wrong. You chose the wrong side again. I just knew it had a bitter, numbing taste. Interesting. I knew it had a bitter, numbing taste. Interesting. Well, the feeling I had from tobacco was a nut numbing. It was quite a different experience. But hey, let me get my ear cleaning. Let me get some Q-tips. By the way, Jen, I saw your comments. I'm trying to talk, and then I'll. Thank you. Isn't nicotine covered in minty stuff? Not like nature doesn't cover it in minty stuff, like people do. Minty stuff. No. I mean, I have tobacco leaves growing right now, and like. Also, I want to reiterate. Tobacco leaves have nicotine, which is a chemical inside of those leaves. Like, those leaves are not nicotine. Those are just leaves with nicotine in them. Just to be clear about the hierarchy of what we're talking about. Let me go get ear cleaning. I'm gonna show you. Tobacco can help with concentration, correct? To an extent, yeah. Caffeine, all that stuff. So I'll show you what I got. Let me I rinsed it off so my hands are wet, but I'll show you what I have here. What I'm about to do is not that crazy, okay? So like people smoke tobacco, they consume it. What I have here is an example of a tobacco leaf that I grew myself. And I'm gonna put it in my cheek and chew it on it a little bit. And I honestly can't tell if I'm hallucinating that I'm getting some nicotine effect, because what I was told, the reason I did this, I was working with a gentleman and he said when they were kids working on the tobacco farm, also it has these little hairs that do it has little hair. Let's explore while we're here. It does have these weird little crap. Anyway, you guys probably saw. It has little hairs on it. You can see it right there. That I do. I don't know what they're for. I don't know if they keep certain bugs away. But, or Yeah, it's a hairy leaf. But anyway, so this is a tobacco leaf. I'm gonna put it in my mouth and let it sit there and chew on it enough to extrude the juices. And but I honestly, the first time I did it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm getting all kinds of high over here. And then like, just to be clear, again, tobacco leaf took 100% legal to grow and consume. Not sure what you guys are doing. I'm not an asthmatic kid. I'm not asthmatic as a kid. Didn't enjoy it. Regardless, my dad smokes when he was still around. Oh, you don't have breathing issues? Yeah, me neither. So anyway. Yeah. So I heard that you can put it in your lip, just like dip. Similar concept. You're just gonna get much less of an effect because dip has a much more higher form, concentrated form of it, of nicotine. And I guess I heard the whole myth of the fiberglass being put into dip to cut into your gum to let the nicotine in through your bloodstream. I guess that is not true. Not true. I don't know. I mean, it does seem like kind of crazy that they would put fiberglass, considering the hoops you have to jump through in the United States to get a consumable product on shelves. So it does seem a little bit like far-fetched when you say it out loud to yourself like that. But anyway, so I'll report to you guys if I feel nicotine-y. But like I said, it could just be like a placebo effect too. Like I honestly can't even tell anymore. Like, but what we're gonna do is I'm gonna change up the lighting in the forest. I went about it the wrong way. Because I ended up making I kind of keep having this issue where, doesn't it make sense in your mind that when you look into a forest, when you're standing in front of a forest and you look at it, the trees that are closest to you, okay, nighttime, kind of like it's dark. You can see the trees that are close to you. The further away you get visually, the darker the forest would get. Isn't that how you like remember a forest? But when you look at a forest, and maybe I need to look at more forests. At least in video games, they tend to read as things that are closest to you. And generally speaking, things that are closest to you are higher contrast, and there's more atmosphere. So the further out you go, you kind of have these sticks, and they get less and less concentrated. But if you do it right, the scene still reads as pitch black, or like nighttime. But real life is like that, but not quiet, because in real life, see, that's where it's confusing. I can like think of these scenarios where the light works a certain way, and then like I think to a different time, and I'm like, well, it didn't work like that here. Like, it was darker the further, you know what I mean? Like, the further you look down, it seems to be getting, like, darker and darker. Okay, so let me put it this way. Let's say you're standing in the hallway of a horror game. You can see around yourself, but when you look it down the corridor, it's pitch black, and that's how they want it to read, because they want the monster to come out of there. And so you think instinctually that down in the depths of this forest, it would work the same way. It would be like pitch black here, right? And then you'd be able to see this tree a little bit, and you'd see this tree, the closer tree, a little bit more. But then you look at a picture of a forest, and it's like not like that. Like, this is a dark tree. This one is less dark because it's further away because of the atmosphere. And so it's kind of like, I'm like, where does it begin to be the other thing? Where does it start to 180 in the other direction? I can't figure it out. I just can't figure it out. My brain is too, like, there's not enough neurons firing at the same time to figure it out, I guess. Okay, well, according to general surgeons, smoking helps enhance your mental health and attitude and may help children as young as 6 be more healthy. Well, also, heroes, a lot of times you'll see in movies heroes smoke cigarettes, and, you know, that's what I tell my kids. That, I'm just kidding, but I don't have kids. I'm kidding. Smoking's bad. Depends on where you are. If you are within the forest on the full moon, you might see it differently. So true. So true. That moon is always messing up the light. But in a dense forest during a new moon, it's always the same moon. What the? The further you are in the middle, the darker it gets. Interesting. Yeah. You're right, Julio. They don't bring out a new moon or... What the? The other thing I'm afraid of is, like, as I make this foreground a little bit darker, it's gonna start competing with this. And I'm like, what the? That's not what I want. Japan does not allow underage characters in anime to smoke. It's usually a grown-up thing. That's good. I think that you should, I think that is... You should not show minors smoking. They're not cool enough. Company asked me to update company name on LinkedIn. Whoa. Is that their subtle way of firing you? It's like, hey man, go on LinkedIn. You know how it says you work for whatever. Go ahead and change that. I'm gonna just send you home. That would be a brutal way to get fired. I think what I can do too, the other thing I can do is I can very lightly... Oh, that's right! I forgot! The Keenable Eraser just does this very, very well. Is this whole... Because what I don't want to do is have the foreground eventually compete with this foreground. The further foreground. So what I'll do is I'll sort of slowly start working away at the background to kind of take away its contrast a little bit. Right, and that'll push that back further back. My goal is to still have this forest read as a sort of a darker forest, but I have to follow the rules that I at least understand. Let me close out chat and open it again, because it seems like is it not working again? Oh, it is not working again. Oh my god. There it is. It literally stopped working. I need to do something about the chat. I can't be missing chat like this. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to start. God, I hate having computer problems. Just work perfectly. Hold on, guys. I gotta do the trick I did before, where like I gotta do that trick where I make the chat be inside of the thing, but not. Sorry. 1 second. I gotta. Okay. Future Oil says, "Lol." Wasn't that a funny joke? That was a funny joke. We should do like an instant. I should have like an instant replay button to the last time I was funny, which is like all day. The company was purchased by another back in 2021. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, okay. We had that too, but because of a company name change. It's strange how LinkedIn became like a requirement. Dude, my LinkedIn, I literally like treat it as a joke. Like I put like, you guys should find me on LinkedIn. I put some funny stuff. I put some funny stuff, but like I treat it as a like a funny social media account. I just put like streamer and like, professional dolphin trainer. I don't know. Like I'm just saying. Like I've never used LinkedIn seriously. And by the way, why do they want? Like, why do they need to? Like, I don't like your company. You're already employed. Your company doesn't need to be concerned with what you're doing on LinkedIn. You know what I mean? Like, what are they helping you get recruited? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of you changing your thing? So I don't really like that energy. LinkedIn was just like a Facebook for working people. One second. My chat is still messed up. There we go. Okay, I gotta... one guy I knew back in mid-2000s, a guy said, Master Gardener. Nice. Yeah, nobody likes it. Next thing you know, we will have to post our resume on Twitch. Bro, that'd be crazy if like my Twitch got linked to my LinkedIn, so my employer could just check out my stream like live. Like they could just like check like and just immediately be like, oh no, because a lot of times they don't like if you have like if you're active on social media like that. Not that I'm really like anything like. Not that I have like a big name, but sometimes they'll find out you got a channel that's got like 10K followers or something. They're like, nuh-uh. And that's I sort of understand that position. Like, because you don't really like want controversy if you're just like a lame company. Right? You kind of just want things to be going smoothly. You don't want somebody that's like that's gonna, be saying stuff online. I kind of get it. Nightmare, yeah. Well, in the future, that's actually the future. Is they can already kind of do that to some extent. I've had jobs where they do an extensive background search, and obviously, like I passed with flying colors, like and stuff like that. But But I'm sure they like the when they hire a third like a company to do that kind of stuff. I'm sure that they looked at all my social media. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure that they did that for a company. You know, for like once you get up into the $30 an hour range, they do that kind of stuff. And so I was a little bit worried because like some of my pictures have depiction of violence or war, or they're just kind of strange. And I was afraid they'd be like, I don't know about this guy. So I was a little bit like concerned, but not like really, but I was a little bit like, meh, you know. My art is like darker themed, and I just thought like, what if they just hate it and then they just don't hire me? But no, I didn't have any issues with like even an extensive background search. I kind of passed with flying colors. I'm just saying that it's already doable, but with like you have to gather a lot of resources. But I think in the future you will have some sort of a website you go to. You just and then it just links everything, like everything. Oh my god, somebody says testing. Nice, thank you. My patience. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, in the future, that's what it'll be. Like when you didn't tie your shoes in second grade, and your teacher told you to, and you were like, no, like that's gonna go on your permanent record. They would be like, what the? We can't have you being a artist part-time? It's not the artist part-time, it's that when you're online and you're talking for like 4 or 5 hours at a time, you're eventually like gonna, like, you know, you're like, not say something controversial, but like you could, and that's an extra risk for them, because if they got you as their employee and they're representing you, now that's like a little bit of an issue, right? And when things do go wrong, they don't care that you're drawing. They don't care about that at all. But that's the point. There's no regulation protecting our privacy. I hate when they invade my privacy. It's gonna get scary, guys. Put down. Nice. Guys, we have to protect our privacy. It's the one thing we still have. Streamed last night, not even sure what I painted. What the? What were you on that you don't remember what you painted? What the? I think I painted branches? Wow. Lots of talking. Was it the sky? Nice. Yeah, I I usually remember, mostly because I've been on this picture for a while now, and I'm trying to finish it, but it's been a journey for sure. But I think it's been a good journey, and I've learned a lot. Let me change the music. I like this music a lot, but it's too repetitive. It's Dark Souls, but like it's too repetitive. You know? I pointed out shadow of the rooster is pointing the wrong way. No way. I don't want to listen to that one. That's why I asked where the sun is in the sky. It's always good to remember where the sun is. Always a good marker. What the? Non says there are privacy issues, but I think something else might be at play. If you're nervous about speaking, like, do you actually like yourself, for example? Wait, what? There are privacy issues, but I think something else might be at play if you're nervous about speaking. Like, do you actually like yourself, for example? There should be no doubt that I like myself. No worries, it isn't that obvious. Well, who knows? Maybe that rooster is on a planet with two suns. Did you think about that? That's what I thought. You gotta think things through. In fact, me is the only person that I like sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Future is just using a different picture of the sky than the existing picture is using a different reference, so I pointed it out. Oh, I need to take a look at this rooster thing you guys are talking about. I'm starting to get a little worried. Starting to get concerned for future oil. Brian Acosta says hello, everyone. Hello, Brian. That's on YouTube. Nun says, I'm not really an artist, so I genuinely have trouble comprehending this stuff. I have trouble comprehending this stuff because it's kind of like, you know, it's like hard to comprehend. God, this music is kind of depressing. I thought it would be like kind of chill, but it's kind of depressing. Sorry, guys. The tried and true. Yeah, I know. I have a. I think the longer you draw, the more nuance you realize and stuff. So it gets progressively more complicated. I miss those days when I could just draw a circle and some lines to represent the sun and call it a day. But here we are trying to get more complicated. More upbeat music, yeah. Well, sometimes it's like, sometimes that music is just like, I don't know. Slipknot fan. What's up? You miss being as stupid as me? What? Not sure what we're talking about. What the? Oh, you mean in terms of like the art? Oh, I see what. Oh my god, I wasn't sure what you were saying there. 1845 here. So it's 6:45. It's almost 7 p.m. in Englandia. Nice. Well, I'm a big supporter of Englandia, regardless of what time it is. See, I'm going with the strategy of like making the forward trees a little bit darker. Then the further back we go, it's going to get lighter. And that's the only rule I'm going to follow. That's the only basic like rule functionally that I'm going to like, with a little bit of nuance here and there. But I was kind of doing the opposite, actually. Like I was kind of not doing that. I was doing the opposite. So now I'm going through and kind of reverting the visuals. I'm going back in time. You're in Los Angeles? Isn't that like where the traffic is really bad? Circle Sun while I'm done for the day? Right. Los Angeles. Nah, I've never been there. Los Angeles seems kind of, the only reference point I have is, do you remember that, am I thinking of the right place, Ryan Gosling, where he was playing the The movie Drive, was that Los Angeles? I know that was more of a like kind of a retro movie, like in the like it's that movie wouldn't I feel like it wouldn't work today. Also, I know there's probably a million movies that include Los Angeles, but I just don't know. I'm not a. There was that one movie with Jake Gyllenhaal, and he played like a raccoon-like person that was psychopathic. It was like a newscaster. You guys remember that movie? Um, don't be offended. Oh my god, the rest of that comment better be nice. I thought that was a mountainside, not trees. Hold on. Where's the ban button? No, I'm just kidding. Well, you were wrong, and it's your fault to be wrong. Slipknot fan says, I was watching a guy play an indie version of Doom yesterday. I told him you were working on an indie game, but it's early days. Well, I think people probably don't even pay attention to like this guy's early day stuff because it's kind of like most people give up. So they're probably like, oh, that's nice. And then they kind of move on. You know what I mean? It's kind of like one of those things where it's like, it's kind of like when somebody tells you they're going to do something and you're like, all right, like, calm down. You're not going to actually go do anything. Like, you know, let's be realistic here. So I think he probably won't come check out my channel. Even though my channel is super lit. Future Well says, I've been to Los Angeles once, walked down in downtown, and man, I felt like the sun was focusing directly on top of my head with its full force. Yeah, I heard LA is hot. Most movies are filmed in Hollywood. I don't think that's true anymore. Like, I don't think that's really like true anymore. I'm sure it's still a hub that holds a lot of power in like that sphere, but I don't think Hollywood is what it was in the just 20 years ago, to be honest. Like, I get what you're saying, but I don't think they're actually filmed. Like, everything's a lot more decentralized now. A lot of it went to Canada. A lot of it went to, you know, it's become a lot more competitive in terms of, you know, there's just a lot more places that have become a lot more accommodating to get directors to film there because, I think Hollywood is like fading out a little bit in terms of being like having this central hub of sort of being the place, you know. I could be wrong, but that's what I hear. That's what I hear on the streets. He said he'd check out your. No way. I gave him your. OL? OL? IO? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Foxman1 says, hello, boss. Hey, man. I think lots of movies are filmed in Canada and Prague. Something like that, right? I know Canada has a lot of that, like... Canada has a lot... I've heard of Canada, but I don't know about Prague, but you're probably right about that. Yeah, it's not as centralized as it used to be. Hollywood is kind of, you know, it's just like anything else. You can't be at the top forever. It's still... I'm sure it, you know... I gave him the old. Oh, you mean like old? Old like the way English people say old. Is that how you say? Is that the British way of saying old? Old. The old. Nice. No, I appreciate you wrapping the channel and stuff like that. I just don't think like, the progress is going to be very slow because that's the reason I've been streaming last too, is because I've been having a lot more work happen in the background here, and so once I finish some things up, like my other stupid projects, I'm going to do more of the game thing and stuff. But so I'm excited about that. But just so you know, it's gonna be a slow walk towards victory. And like I'm just gonna keep working on it and stuff like that. And, the one with Vin Diesel was filmed in Prague. XX. I remember the director saying Hollywood loves filming there because it's so cheap. Oh yeah, yeah. Is Prague? Sorry, Prague is in Europe, right? Sounds European, like Prague. Oh, I want to show you guys something. I finally started painting one of the bigger mechs for the Tau. I finally started painting this guy. I just started on him, so he's still early stage. Getting the base coat on there. It's gonna be a while before we get through there. Be right back. The word all is an example of apocope, specifically a type of Elysian or phonetic reduction written as a dialectic spelling or I dialect to represent colloquial speech. That's what I'm gonna, when I misspell things, like easy words, that's what I'm gonna tell people, is this my colloquial something something. I'm doing a reductionist take on it, so... This variant is heavily associated with colloquial American English, apparently Southern American English and African American vernacular English. It is most famously used. Nice. Slipknot, the master of cut and paste. The worst offenders. I don't mind you doing that. You're educating me. I appreciate it. The worst offenders are the text-to-speech people. Hang them. Just hang those people. Like people who talk into their phone, into chat. I don't know how you even stop that, or how you explain that I can't read huge blocks of text for an hour straight. Like, sorry if you're one of those people that's like, I need to have like a silence peasant button somewhere here just to stop that. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's really annoying. Li monte feint un tour chaque jour. Look at me speaking fluent French. Nice, thank you. Didn't it kind of sound like I spoke French there when I was reading that? My new French sentence? Yeah. Honestly, I've always been more envious of the more mathy people, the programmers and the likes of those. I've never been like really a language guy. You know what I mean? I'll learn a word here and there, but I've never been like a linguistic guy. I've always been more into like, well, like not that I've been into it because obviously I haven't put the effort in, but like I would if I were to re-roll the dice and like they gave me a personality again, I would want to be more of a programming mathy type. With the artistic side also on top of that. So I could just do all the stuff. I miss the good old days. Yeah, yep. Nope, true, yeah. Let me make sure. Let me restart my chat. Is it not working again? I feel like it's not working again. Nope. Okay. None of you said anything. All right. I'm just like, it's been a while. Maybe somebody said, I've missed Rini too. Nice. Glad she's back. Nice. Yes, we miss Rini. Thank you for being here. You seem like you don't have a terrible upbringing like mine. What was your upbringing like? I feel like my upbringing was, I think, pretty close to like normal-ish. You know what I mean? I can't complain too much. After hearing about your guys' story, I'm like, oof, I've had it easy, Jesus. No, I'm just kidding. Cool, you're still talking about your incorrect shadows. Kula, you're still talking about your incorrect shadows. I think he was talking about your incorrect shadows. That's a bit of a bunny bowl. That's a bit of a bunny. Is that? I feel like you're doing a linguistic funny joke thing, but I'm not. It's not registering. It's a bit of a rabbit hole. Oh, rabbit hole. Oh my god, I got it. I thought it was a bowl of food. Never mind. Yeah, a rabbit hole. Yeah. I'd rather not talk about it. Yeah, me neither. I'm trying to keep the show light and fun. Like rabbit hole. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Yes, that was a good one. Rabbit bowl. Someone's got to feed the rabbits, right? Looks like YouTube gang is full attendance. I just direct my attention to whoever's commenting. That's where my attention goes. Rabbit bowl. The Wonderland. True. This is a bit of a Wonderland, right? This could be like a. I'm trying to. The reason this is gonna maybe take a little bit is because I have to kind of reverse the shadows here and kind of do a switcheroo, because I was kind of doing inverted lighting, which sort of worked, because you can imagine that the light would be hitting it like that, but I'm learning that I was mostly wrong after looking at some references. And it's weird because I sort of conceptually understand what I was talking about, but then when I saw it, I'm like, oh no, I'm like doing the opposite. While talking about the right thing, I was still doing the opposite of the right thing. Oh, by the way, I went to my parents' house and I stole a bunch of tea bags. When I say steal, I mean like they gave them to me, but... Never stop mooching off your parents. This black tea actually tastes pretty good, if I'm being honest. Inverted lighting? Yeah, like you know how you can invert lighting in a software program, like the darks become what light? Like I was kind of doing that. I was doing it all wrong. Black tea is good for your eyes. I just kind of like the way, like, it tastes, I guess. Rabbit bowls in this economy, true. At this point, if they don't... You know, sometimes I wonder... I have a rabbit living in my backyard, and sometimes I wonder... Oh, never mind. Where those rabbit holes are coming from. At this point, they don't find it annoying. It's a form of endearment. At this point, if they don't find it annoying, it's a form of endearment. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard carrots are good for your eyes. I've heard all kinds of things throughout my life. I don't know. I've decided not to even go down those roads anymore. I'm just I don't. Do you know the MGM lion? Ooh, that sounds like I should know that. MGM lion. He roars at... Yes, yes. There's a movie intro I like by a film company named Mendeley Entertainment, I Tiger. Walking through the jungle is awesome. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I like that whole... I like that whole... Like, do you guys remember when movies used to start and they had that lady with the sky behind her? and she was like, was she holding a sword? I forget if it was like what she was holding, but she was like doing this. Maybe it was a torch. I don't remember. You guys remember that? That had a cool thing to it. And then there was a couple like that. There was the mountain with the stars. I feel like they don't do that stuff as well. I feel like movies start off and they're like, the intro is like way lamer than what it was a little bit ago. My brother is taking my snacks at the pantry as an adult, and if it's back in our teenage years, I would fight for it. Nowadays, I just say, go ahead, take them. Yeah, same. Yeah, same. Same, yeah. I had a very heavy snack attack just last night. I was sitting around and I know I bad talk sugar all the time, but I had to go. I got a bag of Swedish fish, and part of the reason I needed some tea, I went to my parents' house and got some tea bags, and then I stopped and got a bag of Swedish fish and just ate all of it. Just gorged. Corn syrup just running down my mouth and t-shirt. It was disgusting, but I just couldn't stop. I feel like people like Yuri would find me annoying, and not really know why. Just saying. Um, I was trying to think of a joke really quick. I couldn't come up with anything. Missed out on that opportunity. Yuri, you're thinking of Columbia Pictures woman. She is holding a shining torch. Yeah, okay, that's what it was. Paramount Pictures is the logo with a mountain and stars. Yeah, I think the lion one is my favorite, but I like the woman with the clouds and the torch. I think I like that one the second best, and then the mountains. I think all the new stuff. I guess maybe it's because I haven't been indoctrinated long enough, but I don't even like remember what the new stuff is. It is amazing how well like repetition works. I was getting a little warmer in here finally. This morning it actually got to 78 degrees or something like that. So the house had cooled off significantly. I think we're starting to go back into maybe like the nights cooling off the house, which is really nice. I wasn't enjoying when it was like 93 in here, and then it would go down to like 88 or 87 in the morning, and I'm like, damn. Wow. Coolio says, have you played The Long Dark? I haven't. I have not. I've heard good things about it, though. I've heard good things about it, but it's been brought to my attention before. YouTube must have changed something. All the text looks bigger in chat right now. Hit Control and then scroll wheel down. I would click on the chat and then Control scroll wheel down. Unless you're on your phone, then I don't know what to do. That could just be a setting. I would restart your phone or something. I like the gray one with the military compound. What the? I like the gray one with the military compound? Are you talking about my artwork? I'm trying to think of like, what you're talking about. It wait, shrunk down again? Oh, it must have just been glitching out, yeah. I think most people would say they like the MGM lion more. I prefer the Mandalay Entertainment tiger. Polestem, yeah. I don't know what Brian is saying either. Yeah, I'm not sure. He might be referring to one of my artworks. The only military compound I have is like the one with the big ship floating above like a castle, like military compound. That's the only one I can think of. I'm trying to think of like what other military compound ones I've done. I got into this phase where I drew a lot of like airships, and it needed to be docked somewhere, like a navy. The film company intro, the gray one with a military compound. I'm trying to think of like what starts with that. I wonder what that intro is? Yeah, I don't remember there being a military Anyway. I was checking your YouTube past videos, and I think YouTube already removes live chat section once the stream is already done, so you can't be... You know, the thing is that I've watched people's live streams before, and it saved it, but maybe mine it could be that there's a lot of options to click on. I might have mine set to like where it turns that, you know, gets rid of that. So it could be on my end where I just set it like that accidentally when I was setting it up like a year ago. DreamWorks was a fishing on Light of the Moon. Right. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, you know what the other one, the other good one was the lamp for Pixar. You guys remember the Pixar lamp? That was a good one. Lurico Kia says, "I love shadows on the house." Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I worked very hard. So I appreciate you noticing. For some live streams, for some live streams, I can still see their past live show. Yeah, looks great on camera. Now you're doing the background, nice perspective with the fence. Thank you. Yeah, I think the fence really like kind of does a nice job at making it a little bit more dynamic before it gets into the yeah. Hey, it's the Warner Misery. Welcome. Hey, it's the Warner style intro. Just looks military to me. The Warner. I don't even remember. Can someone jog my memory? The Warner. You mean like the Warner Brothers? Or whatever it says. I don't remember. It's weird how Warner Bros. Looks like a badge. Oh, because okay, a badge is not really a military compound, right? Like that's why it threw me off. I'm like, what the? I don't remember seeing a logo with like a military camp. I think it's already. I think for me, it's already working a little bit like what I was going for in terms of the making the foreground stuff a little bit darker and then getting lighter as it goes back. I'm gonna have to do that to this creature and all that. But to my eye, it's already kind of working a little bit, I think. So I'm excited about that. Usually Warner Bros. Logo is just a gold-blue shield with a cloudy sky behind it. Sometimes it shows a water tower. Oh yeah, water tower. So I think he's saying the studio backlot looks like a military installation. Oh. Oh. I think I can kind of, yeah, okay. It looks barren. Yeah. Petrol oil, what the? I spent a lot of time in the mountains, but barely any time in forest. Maybe that's why I was confused. I see. Okay. Yeah, I can't claim the same. I've been in a little bit of a forest a couple times, but I've never climbed the mountain. It's not your art. I'm not a good judge of it. Well, obviously it's not my art. My art is perfect. Like, obviously. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, sometimes maybe I didn't deliver the message correctly or whatever. I don't know. You're pretty insane. Yeah, you know. You'll get that with that high elevation mountain stuff. You'll definitely get that sometimes, you know. Okay, I want to kind of hit up this corner and make sure this corner is kind of tucked in, and we kind of want to take care of that corner right here. Perfection. Thank you, Misery. Oh my god, the only reasonable person in this chat right now. It's like, what the? Thank you. High elevation. Well, it'll. You need that oxygen, right? Lol. Nice. You like the music right now? Yeah, this kind of sounds. Doesn't this kind of sound like Band of Brothers a little bit? But I just changed. Never mind. You know what I do kind of want to listen to? Let me look something up really quick. I just remembered I haven't listened to this in a while. found a GIF of the logo. Put it in yet? Yeah, I'll check it out. I'd just like to say I enjoyed this chat so far. Nice. Good, good, good. Not anymore. Well. This is nice. Yeah, the music is nice, yeah. I have 2 new critters in the yard. A pair of blue jays have started eating here now. Nice. Sounds like there's some good energy. Blue jays are related to crows? Aren't all birds birds? What the? My yard is wild. I love it so much. Yeah. I just have holes from various, like, rodents that keep digging under the fence. Yeah, I don't know. I've been filling it in with gravel and such to, like... I don't know what you... I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Brando Colorusian says, hope you're having a nice day. Thank you, Brando. I appreciate that. Jen Jen, welcome. They're part of the Crow family? Yeah. Crows are very smart. I like them. Meetings, yeah. You were assaulted by a crow? What the? That sounds like kind of like that sounds very like a bad omen or something. I don't know. Sounds like the beginning of like a horror film. You're walking down a trailer, or not a trailer, a trail, and then like a crow comes out, or you just look over and there's like hundreds of them just staring at you, and then like one comes down and just starts. At least that's how I saw that. That's what you just said. And then it cuts to you running back to your truck. You're trying to start it, but it won't start. And then the crows are flocking, but then you look off into the forest, and then there's like this really tall entity standing there, kind of in the background. That's like the opening scene to it, like that movie. Your imagination, a large blue jay actually dropped a dried stone fruit on my head. Oh, okay, okay. I saw it a little differently. It hurt really bad, top of my head. Sounds like it did it on purpose, man. I mean, that sounds like premeditated assault to me. Ravens and crows are pretty smart, yeah. I saw a video of like I think it was a crow, but it bit a vulture in its back, and then it didn't see the crow, so they started fighting, and then the crow got all the food. So they seem to be kind of like, they have a mischievousness to them. Well, I mean, obviously they all are competing for that food, but they're like smart enough to do things like that. Yes. I'm definitely slowly reversing the visuals on this picture in order to have it look like kind of closer to what I was going for, but I just wasn't sure how to do it. Now I'm gonna strictly follow the same sort of rule logic for what I was talking about earlier. So I think everything should at least be like visually consistent. It won't have like inconsistencies. I left with a premeditated comment. Nice. Consistency with what? The background? Consistency in the sort of the rules of the light kind of thing. It's simple enough where I can execute it. I was looking at video games, how they handled the sort of darker-ish forest visuals, and I realized I was I was thinking I was doing the right thing, but I was actually kind of doing the opposite of what I needed to be doing. If that makes sense. Like, I'm gonna maintain the, like, basically, in the same way that this is dark here, because it's closer to us, then we're gonna make this the second darkest, and then as we go further back into the tree line, it's gonna get lighter. Now, I try to handle it differently at first. Now, there's light here, but that's because a beam of light is hitting it. Or at least that's how I'm gonna try and sell it towards the end. But yeah, that's the stated goal right now. Maybe I will keep this creature a little bit lighter at the top too. Like I'm gonna darken it in and have her be the same as this tree essentially. I'm gonna make this tree a little bit darker, but starting at the hip maybe kind of get a little bit lighter, maybe on the arm and maybe the torso a little bit, the face, to kind of have a little bit of visual distinction. But right now I'm just gonna, but overall I'm gonna follow my basic rule of, and then I can still add white to her skin to kind of make her that kind of bluish tone, like you would see something far away. But I'm trying to. I like this word, lovely. They use it in the world of theater. Lovely, nice. I've heard it a lot actually. Not anymore, but in SoCal it's a thing. Say hydrated, Yuri, if it's hot over there. Actually, today's one of the cooler days, to be honest. It's one of the cooler days, so. The only reason I can think out here in the Midwest that anyone would say lovely is if it were like very sarcastically towards a situation that was obviously the opposite of such. Like if you were looking at a clogged toilet or something, you might say something like that, but it would be obviously sarcastically said, so. Lovey, not lovely? Oh, I misread that. My bad. Is that what he was saying that whole time? Oh, lovely? Oh. Or Levy? Is that... I don't know. That's embarrassing. I'm more just adding white to the charcoal to kind of add a bluish tone to it. Like it has like a death kind of, you know, like a coldness to its skin or something like that. Like, I don't want, you know, I don't want like rosy cheeks and healthy looking kind of. We're definitely going for more of a... The word lovey was created all the way back in the late 17th century simply by adding a cute diminutive negative y suffix to the word love. It was used purely as a noun to address a single person. Um, differences differences aren't embarrassing. Just putting that out there. No, I misread the word that they were saying. I thought they were saying lovely, but I just didn't see the L, not L. It checks out. I hear kids calling family friends lovey. I must have been mishearing that this whole time. Mm-hmm. People say darling often here. I I know I love it. I've been called darling plenty of times when I'm at the grocery store. So, what will you be having for lunch or dinner or whatever you're... I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I don't know. We'll see. Our equivalent of the universal pet name out here, I think, would be... What am I gonna have for dinner? Probably something really, like, simple and easy to cook. Our equivalent of the universal pet name out here, I think, would be Hun or Honey. But if you go to, like, the West Coast, you'll hear Hun, babe, baby. Hun? Yeah. It's a common thing. Yeah, they do call you honey and all that good stuff out here. There's some good Russian pet names. Okay, here we go. Are you asking me, or are you about to tell me a list of... I can't think of any off the top of my head, to be honest. I can't think of, like, a good, what they call... The only thing that's I can think of is, like, you just sort of, like, shorten everyone's names, usually. I think everyone does that, though, right? I don't know. I'm... Yury knows? No, I really, like, I'm too brain dead. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Like, what a pet name would be. Like, stuff. I really can't think of anything. Let me, I'll be right back. Let me take a... I gotta do something, and I'll be right back. Alright. Tinkle time? That's not one of them. What the? I grew up West Coast and never in my life called anyone Hun or Babe or Bait. What the? Interesting. I did too and heard it a lot. Well, yeah. Well, maybe you guys live in parallel universes. Who knows? You know, you just never know. You know, that would be a good concept for a movie. Two people meet in chat, right? Two people meet in chat, but they're actually, the only way they connect is through chat. And even if they're in the same place on Earth, they still can't see each other because it's a parallel universe. But their only connection to each other is through chat. So they can still talk to each other, but if they meet at the same place, they won't be there. Because, you know, does that make sense? That would be a good glitch movie. That would be a good glitch movie. Future Oil says lurking and working. Good, 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 good. Spideyverse. Well, the fun thing would be that you can communicate with people in the same, like, through certain channels, but you can't meet them because they're in the same timeline, but just a parallel kind of universe. So they're not in the same universe as you, but it's the same time in history. Court. I have to turn it down a little bit. Court, yeah, the cat stuff, yeah. That's the plot to Keanu Reeves' Sandra Bullock movie, basically. Oh, is it? Okay. Nope. I gave it a shot. Lake House 2006. Nice. I guess I'm not all that original as I was sitting here thinking, huh? I thought I had this genius idea. It was a really chill movie. Nice. Maybe I'll check it out. They communicate using the magical mailbox that bridges time, allowing them to write letters across 2-year gap. Oh. That's interesting. Do you hate spoilers? No, I don't care. I'll be honest, I probably won't watch it. But I didn't see the figurine in the back of the house. That looks so cool. Oh, the figure, the entity? Oh, well, that's good because I was trying to make the entity a little bit more sort of hidden. Like it's a little bit like you're seeing this charming house, but then you realize there is a horror element of this entity sort of in the forest. I just can't resist kind of shoehorning something like that in there. I was gonna go for just cute like house that sells potion or something. But, well, I don't know if it's horror element, but it's definitely within the folklore-ish kind of energy for sure. You know. You seem more of a horror guy, yeah? Well, I don't see myself as a horror guy, but I would say it's fair. It's a fair assessment since It's not an unfair thing to say because there's a lot of it in my artwork. Oh my god! Somebody says hello. I'm French. Oui, 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 oui. I'm actually fluent in French. A lot of people don't know that. I do love when I get French people. I can hear it. I just start saying French words. Bonjour. Let's see. I tried to say, I would say frog, but I forget. I forgot. I can't ever remember. It's impossible to say some French words. They're so difficult. It's like gowi or something like that. It's gnawi. It's literally just a noise. It's not even a word. But we appreciate your French company. The oar with the walking stick? I'm gonna have to add some branches. That's not an oar, it's a tree. But it's okay, you're wrong, but it's okay. 3 French words. That's pretty close to native. That's pretty close. And I don't want to hear otherwise. Our French friend is not answering. That's not a good sign when they get quiet. Must have offended. Where are you from, sir? I'm from America. Speak Russian then? No, I'm trying to keep the Russian on the down low. Trying to keep that on the down low with. There was an ad. Oh my god, you missed all my French. I was speaking French and everything. It's a tree. Yeah, it's a tree. It's okay. Somebody mistook my rock mounds for a mountain earlier, so okay. I just have to sit here and forgive you guys for being wrong. I know I'm sad. I'm so sad. There was 3-minute ads. Yes, so we can go over it again. I said oui oui. I said bonjour, and I said graoui for frog or something like that. Like, it's as close as I can say that word, but. That's what I remember so far. I learned English by reading comic books. There you go. That's all you really need. Like, once you can order food, I mean... I haven't had a French... I feel like when I first started streaming, I always had like French people like would stop in, but now it's been like really dry lately. Do you like Tupac Shakur? I feel like is Tupac a rapper? That sounds like Tupac is like an American rapper. French people is coming. Yes, French people. Is Tupac a rapper? I feel like that's a rapper name, right? He is? Okay, yeah. Not that I don't like him, I just don't... I don't recall any music of that name. What is your genre of music? Well, I don't know. I feel like... What is my genre of music? Like, my favorite genre of music? That's kind of hard to pin down because, like, I kind of float around. I like metal, but I'm very picky about it. Like, I've never hid this, but I love Rammstein. And then... But like I said, I only listen to metal, like, 15% of the music I listen to, and then... You know, rest of it I just like I'll go back to techno, like techno music. Like, you guys remember not Dota? What's his name? Bass Hunter. Like music like that. Like sometimes I like that. I don't know. I kind of float around. I don't really have a super hard like this is my genre of music, but there's certain bands I like and go back to. Who's your favorite artist then? Oh man. The problem is I don't even know. Well, I'll just go with the only one like Rammstein, Korn, Slipknot, System of a Down. That was cool when I was when I was a teenager. Yeah, I'm like, I think as you get older, you kind of cool off, and it's not. I still like that music. It's just like I kind of go back to it more rarely. I'm not in like the mood to be like super hard all the time. You know what I mean? Isn't frog in French? No. Yeah, but if you grow no, am I saying the U part wrong? Grow no. No, I'm saying we like. Grow no. Like I said, when you hear Google say it, it's like you can't say it. It's like I need to hear someone say it like the way they would emphasize, because you know how in a language you have like 3 syllables or wherever you hit here, here, and here, and then as the longer you say it, the natives they smooth it out into like a noise, all the words. So I would need to hear someone like retract it back to what it was before they turned it into like one noise. Anyway, we'll learn it eventually. Yes, but it is, but why would you even learn that word? What kind of a question is that? I don't know. We were talking about we were on like frog talking I don't know. We never eat them? That's crazy. Tupac was alright. I know everyone loves his music. Yeah, I'm sure I would. I don't know. I like modern hip hop and stuff like that. I just don't. It's even stuff I like, I don't even know who made it sometimes. You know what I mean? Like, I know more about like video game companies and who their directors are than I do about like music. Person. By the way, I would eat frogs. I would eat frog. Like if it was offered to me, I wouldn't even hesitate. Person, a grew up person. No, you. Grow up. Oh. What is the music in the background, please? It's called Unravel. It's from the game Unravel. There's nothing to eat on them? There's nothing to eat on. No, I would just throw a frog in the air fryer and then stuff it in the baguette, and I would eat it like that. Simple. It's a simple snack. I heard they taste like chicken. Everything tastes like chicken. Yeah. No, you just throw it in the air fryer with some spices. Then you take that and you just shove it inside of bread, right? That's how everything gets started. That's the beginning of all, like, it's like chicken, yeah. I think the creature in the background here is me. I think the creature in the background here is me. Oh, I gotcha, yeah. The creature reminds of yourself, yeah. I keep saying the same joke of, like, this is me getting out of the shower. Some people eat frogs here, but not me. Oh, in the Philippines, yeah. I would, like I said, I'm totally down for all that stuff. Like, I'm not very squeamish. Some of the larger bugs I probably won't eat, especially if they're moving and stuff, but if their pincers are larger than my, like, like Pinky or something, like, then no. Honestly, well, speaking of the music I like, a lot of the music I listen to is from video games. Like, you know what I mean? If you want to check out, like, something I really like the sound of, is if Modern Warfare 2019 version, Sarah Sochner, I believe her name is, check out those tracks for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Like, when they revamped Call of Duty Modern Warfare, those soundtracks, some of those are like, I love so much. I love so much. So I just kind of listen to whatever, but actually now that I'm kind of thinking on this subject, it's a lot of what I listen to is just video game soundtracks. Frogs, yikes! No, can't eat them. That was one Simpsons episode when Homer licked the toad. Oh, when he got like high off of it, yeah. I think frogs to me are like how most people view baby bunnies. No, those aren't even close. Those aren't even like frogs are. I mean, they can be cute here and there, but no, no. If it came down to it, like, and I had to choose, like, between like if I had to eat a baby bunny or a frog, I wouldn't eat like there wouldn't even be a half a second of hesitation, right? I would definitely spare the baby bunny. They're so much cuter. You should go to Cambodia. They eat all kinds of creepy. No, no, no. I'm not asking for the experience. I'm just saying I would if it came to me, but I'm not a seeker of these adventures. I like, you know what I mean. I like going to McDonald's. I don't. I'm not looking for like these kind of things. I'm just saying if I were to go to Cambodia or the Philippines or there was some strange food in some European country, I would not. I would not be put off by it too much. You know what I mean? But I'm not looking for it. I love them. I've told the story before. I used to go out to put them in my pockets, then go home. I love holding, kissing my frogs. Gotcha, yeah. They're super cute until they jump on you or at you. I think the problem is that everything that has fur has a distinct cuteness advantage over slimy skin. It immediately takes points off of its cuteness. It's not fair, but that's how nature is, you know? It's just done a really good job making one thing extremely cute, and upgrades down to my 3D printer. To test prints, 1 actual print 0. How's that? See, I kind of knew, like, you kind of strike me as a tinkerer, and that you would, instead of printing, you would just endlessly upgrade and tinker with it. It's collecting dust? Oh no. Oh, don't do that. Your printer it has dreams of printing. It yearns one day to print. See, and that's why I'm not getting a printer, because I know I don't have the time for it right now. I hate myself, yeah. It's like upgrading a car but not driving it outside. Yeah. I don't remember if bonding was possible, like for the frog. I do recall not being afraid and always holding them. I love how their little hands feel. I think the surprising thing is I think reptiles do bond. Like, I've seen it, and I also thought that they were just merciless, like, killing machines, and that essentially you could never break through. But I've seen enough behavior exhibited by reptiles who were owned by humans where you do get the sense that they have some, like, connection that's deeper than you know what I mean? They remember your smell, and so maybe they don't bite you right away, but so it seems like there's a little bit of depth there. But I still process them fundamentally as, like, just murder machines, like, to be honest. Like, the reptile world to me is like their eyes just don't even, you know. I feel like mammals are easier to, like, imagine that they're, like, more like you, I guess. It is sad. It is always PP on set when I have like garden snakes. I don't really, they don't bother me or anything. I don't like, you know, interact with them like, or they always just shoo away. I don't like go out of my way to do it. Thank you for the follow. I don't like, you know what I mean, like I'm fine with them being there as long as they kind of keep to themselves. I agree, I just don't have memories of having that one frog that bonded with me. But they all also wouldn't run away from me, so maybe that's bonding, who knows? Did you ever see that video of the gator that was bonded to his trainer? The owner would kiss him and love on the gator. Yeah, that's what I mean. I've seen enough of that kind of stuff to where I'm convinced that they do differentiate to some extent. I don't know if I saw that particular one, but weird stuff. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? They gotta bond somehow. Like, they have to have... It is strange, like, I wouldn't have thought that reptiles can bond with humans. Tell my darling Coolio I said hi. Also, I might go into lurker. Coolio, Jen says hi. Jen says hi. So I'm slowly working down the white. I'm gonna keep some of the white, like the way that I think the way that knee worked out with the way this is lit up is about as dark or as light as I want to get. And then I'm gonna slowly darken her in, and then this tree is gonna be about as dark. This tree is gonna be about as dark as this tree. Everything behind is gonna progressively get lighter, but. So I'm kind of doing the opposite of what I was doing, and I think it's going to work out in my favor in terms of being visually distinct and work for me. So that's the hope anyway. Julio says, oh, hello, Jen. Nice. Yeah, I just haven't been able to stream quite as much lately because, like, work has been picking up for me, so I've been just some days I'm like, I'd rather just kind of calmly get to what I need to do and just not worry about the stream. But so it's going to be a little dependent on how busy I am in the background here with stuff and whether I can stream. But here really quick. I'm gonna start working this tree to kind of make it darker. Kind of establish that that's closer to it. See, it felt instinctually to me that lighter. Initially, I was thinking like lighter would seem like it's closer because. But then I was like, no, I'm wrong. I guess I don't know. I'm not processing the light information. Right now, I'm just kind of modeling more what I saw in a video game. Like I'm trying to trace back the steps to kind of make that work the way it did in that game. Because I don't fully understand how or why it's a certain way all the time. Chat got quiet. I must have been too funny and everyone left. Sometimes when I get to say too many funny things in a row, it clears out the crowd. Brittany's, what the? Rating of something, what the? I wasn't ready. Oh, it's a Brit raid, thank you. It was just getting really quiet in here and awkward. No one would say anything after my jokes, and I was like, oh, thank God. A raid to save from the quietness. I've Frond. I'm gonna lurk and eat lunchy. Thank you so much. Let me do a shout out really quick. Okay, hold on. Shout? No, what did I do? I can't do it. I just can't do it. Shout out Brittany's artwork. Did it. Thank you so much for the raid. Well, I hope everyone's fun. I'm still working on this picture. I was gonna be done with it, but I realized there was so much more to grow into here and experiment with that I'm just like, no. Art looks amazing. Thank you, Chef. Thank you. I'm trying to get it there, but this has become a more difficult piece once I decided to make it more difficult for myself. Is that a giant in the back? Yeah, it's like an entity kind of a thing. And this is like the primary like picture here. It's like this little place that's like whatever, like a little like a little medieval shelter that sells whatever. Yeah, and then that's not supposed to be like the focal point. The other thing is not supposed to be the focal point. It's more like kind of like something you noticed, maybe not right away. That's kind of why I'm trying to blend it into the background slowly, but also make it to where you can see it. So I'm slowly that's why it's kind of taking forever, because I'm like trying to make the dream work, and you know. It's definitely been taking a while to get this picture done, but I'm so happy with it that I don't even mind. I don't even mind that it's turning into a forever project, just because, like, you know, sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Cookie crumbles? True. My contract says I have to say it at least every stream, so I'm just kidding, I don't have a contract. I can see it and kind of not see it at the same time. Very cool. Yeah, I'm trying to hit that vibe. I'm gonna make it to where you can see it, but I want it to be a little bit more, you know, I'm gonna definitely, like, once I get everything I want in place, kind of installed, and then I'm gonna kind of balance out how much I do want you to see it. And oh, thank you for the wrapping my Insta. Thank you, appreciate that, man. Wrapping my Instagram. This will be amazing. Like, by the time this is done, I mean, I'm gonna make this as, like, I'm gonna push through and make this, like, oh my god, like, people are gonna say that when they see it. They're gonna be like, give this man a cookie. He worked really hard on that, you know. Is the music still going, or am I hallucinating? I'm already amazed something I would only see in a video game. Nice. Yeah, you know what this kind of reminds me of? A little bit. If you guys have played Bramble, it's like this Nordic, I know the building, people have said this building looks a little Asian, which is totally fair. But if you've played Bramble, it's like this kind of a Nordic folklore game where it's like Limbo-esque, but it's 3D and it's got like all this Norse mythology. It's kind of in that line. I'm thinking, like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of in that kind of energetic kind of. Even though the building's a little Asian-y, which is we mix things up. I love using Q-tips because, like, sometimes when you use these paper things, like, you get them dirty, and then you don't realize how much graphite is on there, and you start blending, and it's like bleh, and you accidentally draw on there, and it's like, no, it's not what I wanted. What the? Okay. I definitely should add a branch, because someone did think this was an ore. I think I might need to add a branch here or something to kind of offset that, because it can be mistaken for a big ore, you know. I just have to be extremely patient at this point, right? Like all of this background stuff, I have to be so subtle with my everything. Luckily, I can play around on tone paper with the white and kind of offset things. It kind of gives me a little bit more room to play around. I don't have to worry about things being super exact because I can always like add a little white and kind of offset my, darkness, but it's definitely like challenging. Weird question. How do you imagine the monster you draw because you're so detailed? It just comes to me. I know I like hate to say that, but I just sort of like, you ever just zone out? You ever just like zone out and like you just see a glimpse of something? Kind of like that. But to be fair, like the troll thing is like kind of like there's trolls in European mythology, so I was like kind of just like, okay, like a big woman, like a big scrawny woman creature is kind of like a creepy thing, you know what I mean? Just walking through the forest like that. So I was like, that's very. So I just had to kind of like make the face all kind of a little bit distorted and sickly, and just the element like the body and stuff I've drawn enough to where like I know how to like lean back on that. I don't have to like think that through from zero, right? And then so that's basically the answer there. Is like just time and hallucinating and time essentially of practicing, right? But the other way to think of ideas, that's like a really good way, I think, is thank you for the follow. I wish I had a notepad that I could hold like in a way that's not going to be super difficult, but basically I like to, well, if you saw me draw with pastels and stuff, but basically combining 3D shapes, just slapping together basic geometry. And there's a couple of ways to like think of new stuff. My favorite is 3D. That's weird. My chat is not working again. What the? It works over there, but it doesn't work here for some reason. This is so annoying. I see somebody commented, do you know you're streaming to Kick as well? Yes, I'm streaming to Kick. Yeah. I usually don't, but I've set it up to where I can, and I hit start all, so I probably am. I'm pretty sure I hit start all, so. But, man, why is chat being so bad lately? That was me. Did you come from? Did you find me from that platform? Pop out chat. I'm gonna need to tinker later from Kick. Yes. Well, there you go. We can't say that though, because then we can get in trouble for luring people in. So just say that you spawned in, and that's it. You got manifested into here. I haven't checked in a while. Is the Kick art community, is it still totally dead over there, or you should change the title over there to art as well if you think of it? Is it not on art? Am I not streaming to art? That's crazy. I can just turn it off. I can just turn off the thing to Kick. Like, I don't even like super care. Like, well, I'm glad I found you, obviously, but I'm just saying I'm not like super committed to that platform. But since you're from over there, is it still dead over there? Like, or is Kick still kicking, or what's going on over there? It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy if like this whole time like my account over there blew up. I was already like a multi like I was like just holding on to like 20k viewers. I just didn't know about it. Oh, I remember why I stopped caring about Kick. They started asking for like government ID to get payouts, and I'm like, what the? Absolutely no. Absolutely no. My hope is that because they did it first, because they kind of, I think most platforms will eventually go with that strategy. For if you want to get paid out, you have to have your official kind of license and passport or whatever they want. But what I'm hoping for is that there'll be a big data breach, and then it'll be so catastrophic they have to back out of that, because like what you're submitting your papers to is not Kick. You're submitting it to a company they've hired to manage that. And so what I'm hoping for is they basically have to back out of that, because like imagine having your like government issued documents on the internet like that, and you have no idea who you're giving it to. That's so wild to me. I'm like, whoa, that's so crazy. Oh my god, yeah, chat wasn't updating. It's Helldivers. Nice. It's going, but most art workers are at work lol. That's for the payouts. It was just my license. That's it. Here on Twitch, it was all government stuff. I didn't like that. Was it? I don't remember giving Twitch my stuff. Did I give them and forget? I don't remember giving them any. That's crazy. Wasn't it a requirement getting affiliated? I don't I don't remember that. I'd have to read up what the rules were because I feel like when I did it, it wasn't quite like that. You just give them your bank account. You give them like your address and your bank account information. It wasn't like your ID. You know what I'm like? But I don't know if I did that. That's crazy. Was it a lapse in judgment? I'm sure the rule. No, like, I'm sure if I go look it up now, that's going to be the rules. But not now. I did this the other day. Not now. I did this the other day. Right, but I'm saying like I got like I did my thing a year ago, so I don't know if it was different then. And I don't remember them asking for all that, but I'm sure if that's what they require, I must have given it to them. I kind of don't like the way this is going right now. I feel like I had a better grasp earlier. I'm gonna eventually swing back around. Back, nice. I'm gonna eventually fix everything, but I think I was working on too many separate parts and it kind of got a little confusing there. I feel like I drew myself into a bit of a pickle here. I gotta really think my steps out. I was kind of just going along with... Yury, I used rolled up paper to blend graphite. I was making lunch and heard you say you didn't like the Q-tip. No, I do like... the Q-tips I like just because you can go get a new one easily and... stuff like that. Q-tips are expensive? I mean, I have like a million of them in my bathroom. Like, I bought like those big boxes at Walmart for like, I don't think they were that expensive, were they? Like, um, Okay, I'm gonna have to go with... I have to get this tree to the forefront. I realized I made some mistakes here with the trees. But I don't know what I was thinking when I was drawing some of these trees. The kind of blending I want would be very expensive? What the? I'd keep throwing them away and getting a fresh one. Well, kind of... What are you gonna, like, smudge it once and then just throw it at, like... You can use it for a while, like, I've been using the same ones. It's just that I don't want the... If they already have a bunch of material on them, you never know if you're gonna use it and then be like, oh, I got a bunch of, stuff on the paper, and I wasn't expecting it to have so much graphite. That's the danger of using the whatever they're called, the other things. What the? I feel like I should be able to handle the financial burden of Q-tipping. I mean, I'm not a rich man at all, but I feel like Q-tips are within that range where I can still somehow manage to eat even with those kind of purchases. Am I right, guys? Or am I being crazy? I guess in this economy... I think I'm also going to try and do the background trees a little bit blurrier, like they're out of focus. That's kind of been working really well for me, to be honest. Instead of buying coffee, you can buy... Yeah! Oh, I saw the funniest memes. They had, like, speaking of that, like, I was scrolling in Instagram, and I saw the funniest meme. It had, like, these, like, city-sized yachts, and it said, like, something, this could have been you if you wouldn't have bought, like, Starbucks or something. It's like... For sure, my situation, I cut back a lot on it, though I'm sure Future would be pleased to hear that. Oh, you've cut back on the Starbucks? Yeah. Your Starbucks girl voice? Yeah, I can't do it. Now that you said it, I can't do it. Oh my god. Like that? Oh my god. Not now, I did the other day. Okay, I have to go buy... Alright, Zebra. Q-tips is like an essential hygiene product. Yeah. I also think so. They say you're not supposed to stick them in your ear, but I'm like, okay, where do you want me to stick it in? Because, like, that's the only, like, appropriate, you know... Sorry, I don't know, that joke got really... inappropriate really quick. But you guys know what I'm saying. It's like, how are you supposed to like clean your ears if you're not supposed to put Q-tips in there? I think what you're saying is you can't push it all the way. Yeah, don't don't push it all the way in. try to control the temptation. Oh my god, meat Kenyan pumpkin spice latte girl. Yeah. I know it's hard, but try to keep the Q-tip only halfway in. Alright. Okay, no more funny jokes like that. We're gonna be a serious channel. Just the tip. I'm gonna draw the crap out of this troll person. Oh, thank you for the follow. Like I'm just gonna keep doing the forest until it's perfect. Like we're not backing off a forest idea. Like that's gonna get done real well. Let's play a little game called Isn't That How the Line Goes? My brain is a dyslexia machine. I misremember and misread like every other thing. It's amazing that I made it this far in life, by the way. Like, it really is amazing that I made it this far. Because it will only push your dirt inside and will get impacted, and then you will need to have them suctioned out. That's true, but see what I do, you know what my big trick is? I'm sure what you're saying is correct, but my big counter to that is the way you do it is you don't go in too far, first of all, like try to control that. And then you push up against the rim of the inside of your... I shouldn't even say this because I'm afraid someone's gonna stick it in and be like, the streamer told me to like stick them in, like, listen. This is what I do. Like, I just kind of push it up against the rim, and then I go in a circle around to like kind of do a scooping motion. I don't just like stick it in, spin, and out. 1 second. Someone is... Sorry, my somebody was knocking on the door. I was like, what the? Awkward. Am I all working? The ear doctor once said to me that she got something as big as a pencil eraser tip. Yo, that's crazy. You know, I always like none of this stuff was even explained to me really. I feel like I always understood that like I didn't want like you should be kind of careful with that, you know. I kind of like I did it without even being told, kind of. Hold on, let me just go. I gotta do a thing. I need like 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. But I need like three minutes. And I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Alright, sorry. My neighbor's mower took a crap. That's what actually happened just now. Their mower stopped working. They have one of these electric ones. Mine is also dying, but it's still working. Have you seen those Asian wood Q-tips? They're like tiny scoopers. Yeah, I would be a little nervous of sticking hard things in there. If I'm being honest. Sorry. I'm over 30 and I had to move a little fast. I'm a little bit out of breath. That is rough. Being old. I moved slightly too fast. I need to catch my breath. Give me a second. I think I'm gonna kind of get into these trees. Saying, yeah, that is rough, man. It's not even bad out. It's not even like too hot. I just like kind of. I did a little jump down the stairs and then up the stairs, and I'm like, that is enough exercise for today. That is enough exercise. I feel you. I just hit 42. Tell me what that's like. How much worse is that from 36? I'm at 36. And it's like that Louis C.K. joke where he says like, you degrade every year by like your health goes down by half of what you had last year. So like that really does feel that way. Like if I miss sleep now, I'm just like, no, I'm good. I'm not going to work. I'll just be homeless. I'm too tired. I used to be able to push through it. Now I just like don't care. I should have gotten sick. You know what I should have done? I should have bartered my lawnmower for cigarettes. That's why I don't really draw. It's too sedentary. Sedentary, something like that. Yeah. No, I understand. Maybe draw me? No. I have better things to do. It's gonna be rough for them because their grass is tall, and my mower, it's getting like it's losing power a little bit, and the blades need to be sharpened. Like I have to stay on my lawn because it is getting like weaker. So if I start skipping days, like I'll just end up being in a it has a hard time cutting tall grass, so they're gonna have a rough day out there. There's a reason why I mow it like all the time. When you are about to lift something heavy, you check your bearings first and heave. No, I just kind of lock my back out, right? Bend the knees, lock the back out. That's like my strategy. I'm just more affected by things overall. Lack of sleep, knees hurting, and shit like that. But I try to keep active. Yeah. No, I know exactly what you mean. I think that's how Carl Monroe died. Great penciller, had diabetes since he was young. Wow. Check your bearings, yeah. You should have offered them to do... Yeah, I'd have to stop the stream, though. I told them, I'm like, hey, I gotta get back to the stream. I probably shouldn't have mentioned the stream. Not that I'm really, like, embarrassed about it, but... You know what I mean? It's just, it'd be weird if my, like, shouldn't have said anything. Now they're gonna be like, I just don't want my neighbors to, like, you know what I mean? You don't want your neighbors to be, like, watching you while you stream. It's weird. They probably wouldn't. They don't care. They're, like, normal people. They're like, oh. Streaming? What kind of a Bitcoin is that? You know? I think they already gave... I can hear them not mowing. I think they already kind of gave up on that idea. That grass is way too tall for that mower. They'd have to adjust it, and... They know about your stream. I wouldn't tell them though. I know, but I was like... You know, I was like in a hurry. I was like, I gotta get back inside. I should have said multiplayer game. That's what I should have... I should have said I'm playing video games. You should have offered them to... Yeah, I should have. It would have been... Yeah. You can correct yourself and say you're watching a stream, but... No, yeah, but who... Like... It's like you can't help your neighbor out because you're watching a stream. You know what I mean? That doesn't work. Like, a multiplayer game is like... It's like, hey, I got a match, I gotta finish. You know what I mean? It makes sense. If I say I'm watching a stream, it's like... Yeah, but like... You know, I feel like... helping your neighbors like a little bit higher priority. Not that I'm like a super like trip over myself go help people kind of person, but I still it'd be weird if I said that. I feel like they found your stream 1,000 years ago. not, they wouldn't be looking. Oh, that'd be crazy. It's fine though. I really, honestly, like, I really don't care. Like, they know I draw and stuff like that, and I draw a lot of weird stuff, so it's already, like, they kind of know about the weirdness, they just don't know the extent of it. They don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes. If your neighbors are too boomer to understand it, they won't care, I guess. No, they're like, I mean, they're not like, you know, like dinosaurs, but they're just like normal people, I guess. The problem too is like they just assume you're busy. Yeah. The problem too is like a mower costs like $450. You know what I mean? It's like replacing a mower is kind of a. It's not a super. It's not like gonna kill your bank, but. Yeah, I can hear them struggling out there. They keep starting it and turning it off. I feel bad too, because I'm sure she's gonna have her kids moan or something like that, so. What a nightmare. We follow each other on IG. What's your thing? If you want to send me a private, I'm just sort of now. I'm curious. It's Elg. It's Elg. Oh yeah, just throw your social. There you. Oh, okay, yeah, just throw your socials or whatever. You got your own website? Oh, I shouldn't click on links. I said I would never click on links, didn't I? I made that vow. I made the vow, but that looks like it's your that's just my handle. Oh, gotcha. Anthony, gotcha. Dude, for some reason, speaking of like grass and like things of that nature, you know what? Like I for some reason, I've always like my parents like when we like lived in these tiny houses, these like rundown, like every house we owned for some reason had the biggest lawn you can ever imagine, and it would just take hours and hours and hours to mow it. I always like somehow got I am so jealous of these people who have just like the front lawn. And then like the just a little bit in the back, and it takes them like 15 minutes. I would always get stuck with this like weekend project, you know. It's like I hated it. And even this house, I like it's a decent sized yard, but I don't want it. Like I don't. It's just like a hassle to deal with it. I guess it's good for my dog, but don't worry. I always get offended when you don't click my links. No biggie. It's just that, you know, it's one of those things where you kind of have to be, you kind of have to be, I want to say security conscious, but like, fact is, if you just don't click on links, your chances of getting hacked go down by like 99.9%. And like I said, it's not even that person. It's just that person might send you a link that they don't know is bad. So it's kind of like when I see people just clicking links, I'm like, oh boy. I'm a health freak. I want to really, really live before I die. Aren't you living now? What the? Sometimes I think normal people are more reckless with their health cigarettes, etc. Oh man, but have you tasted how good a cigarette is? I'm just kidding. No, I know. Yeah, you're right. It's just that like it's so hard to like deny the flesh. The flesh is weak, isn't that what they say? And the spirit is strong. I don't know, but it's just that like I agree with what you're saying 100%. It's just that you got to be careful. People send weird. Yeah, my IG handle just has a periods thought through it. Looks like a link. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that it's you know what I mean. It's just anyone can get got, stuff like that. You just got to be really careful. You have to understand. That's basically like when I listen to the security stuff, that's the main thing. Like even your email, don't be clicking stuff like unless you know it's supposed to be coming into your email. Like even Linus Tech Tips got hacked. Yeah, exactly. Well, also that's the other thing is like I have a Discord channel, right? And it's like I know a guy I listen to. I think it's Level Cap Gaming. Their project got hacked because they got their project got hacked because he had his friend send him something, but his account was already hacked, right? So he clicked on a thing that was already compromised, but he didn't, because it came from his friend and his friend sent him updates before. He was like, oh, this is a safe link. But you have to be like, it feels weird to tell people it's like, hey, I'm not clicking on the link, because it makes it sound like you're saying like, hey, I don't trust you. But it's like, no, it's, you may not even know it's already compromised. So it's kind of like, that's 99% of your problems is clicking on stuff. That's how you get got. So it's otherwise it's very, very difficult to actually get, hack someone like that. So I tried a cigarette once. I had dreams where I was smoking after for about a week. I just have natural temperance usually. Oh, interesting. But yeah, if a technology dork or not dork but geek gets got, then what do the rest of us, the rest of us just have to be like paranoid and careful, I guess, Let me go check on my dog really quick. I just heard him moving around. Maybe he wants to go outside really quick. Let me go check on him. had to check on the gate, make sure that was locked before I let him out there. I was aware that the addiction was crazy, never forgot. Yeah, that's usually it takes a little bit, right? In university, in a neurobiology class, the professor stated that cigarettes have been manufactured to be the most addictive substance, surpassing cocaine. Interesting. I heard the same thing about sugar. I think sugar has like I've heard it said that it's more addictive than cocaine and stuff like that. But since I've never tried cocaine, I can't give you my breakdown of that situation. There's everything in it. Benzene, gasoline, asbestos. Those are my favorite. I love those. Nice. Who doesn't want a little asbestos in there? Sugar is at least partially natural, but cocaine is at least partially natural. You can make the same arguments about cigarettes too. The tobacco is partially natural, right? When LTT YouTube got hacked, it wasn't even him. It is one of his staff who got Jordan Horse backdoored. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm trying to slowly bring this tree out, but you can see I kind of covered it in white to kind of give that so it's further away. It's got that, so even as I make it darker, it's still going to have that bluish hue. And that's how I'm going to slowly work this forest in to like make sense. It's going to be a little bit of a tedious process, but cocaine is not natural, lol. Yeah, you're probably right. We'd have to look at the process. We'd have to look at how many steps it goes through to get to cocaine and how close that chemical is when it's in a poppy seed or whatever before we make the call on that. Like, I get that it's several steps away removed, but you can still get the same effect. I think like when you cook poppy seeds in like tea, you'll still have a little bit of that effect. So there's enough chemical closeness to it, I think, to say that it's like kind of natural in the same way that a dry tobacco leaf, smoking that is like kind of natural, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not an expert, but that's all I'm trying to say. Let me let the dog in. He's barking. It's coca leaves, not what? Oh, stop it! You know what I'm saying with your science. Poppy's heroin, my favorite. Yeah, nice. Even at work, I see people using password manager. I don't trust it, to be honest. Oh, Google password manager. Let me get a paper towel because he's gonna come over here. He's gonna come over here with his drool. If he does come over, I'll be ready for the dog. I'll show you. Well, we got that ready. And if he wants to go straight in the room, that'll be better. Just because he's gonna bring Drool over. I don't want Drool next to my pictures. All right, come here, baby. Come on, come here, baby. Come here. No, come here. Come here. Come here, baby. Right. Oh, there he is. We got the big dog. Oh, that's it. He is leaving. Tobacco is a garbage plant. Don't call... I'm growing them in my backyard. Don't call them that. Don't call my babies garbage. Alright, let me... I'm gonna let him... One second, let me... Right. He wanted to go back in the air conditioner, and he got his wish. If Aries is human, he's already in high school. Bro, he's like 85 years... He's really old. In human, he's like 16 or something. He's doing relatively well, but he's definitely not in high school. He's way past high school. He's like an old elderly gentleman. We hardly ever see him nowadays because it's hot. I mean, he doesn't want to be out here. He wants to go in the room with the air conditioning. You gotta wait for the winter time to see him again more oftenly. It's like I said, sometimes it gets up to 90, 93. Like that's 93, 94 is like the hottest it's been in here this year. So being that he's born with a sweater, he doesn't really want to hang out in this area. Feels like I keep making that tree darker, but it like isn't getting darker. Like I'm like, dang tree, get darker. Like I'm trying to make you like on the screen. I turn around and it's still very faint. I need to. I'm trying to be very careful about my sort of balance because it's like it's so easy to kind of overdo things at this point because I'm in that kind of phase where. By the way, I have central air. I just don't use it because it's too expensive. I just air condition the one room, my bedroom. So that's why it's like that. Like, I have normal stuff, I just don't use it, basically. But I'm kind of fairly resilient to heat and stuff, so it doesn't really it does affect me, but not quite as much as I I think I'm much more affected by the cold, because it, like, freezing slowly is much less desirable, I feel like, than being too hot. I make popsicles when it's hot. They are lifesavers. Air conditioning breaks too easily. Well, I think like a lot of these systems aren't like really designed to run for like too many hours. They're supposed to turn on and turn off, and when it's in Illinois, when it's like super hot, it just never turns off, and it's like the motor burnt itself out and stuff like that. So yeah, popsicles can be good. I just honestly, like, if I'm not streaming, I just put water. Like, I take the shirt off, and just kind of like getting water on you like really helps, or like just taking a shower drops the temps really quite a bit. So, and just sweating. Like, if your glands are working correctly, you just sweat. Better run. Good stream today. Love the humor. Makes work interesting. Pictures looking great. Thank you, Jen Jen. Appreciate that. This force is going, like, I'm gonna make this force look awesome, but I need time. I need time to do it. Now that I kind of understand the formula for, I don't know, coffee is classed as a autotoxin, auto meaning ear, which means it can damage hearing and dehydrate you, especially if you drink it in a heat wave. I mean, I still have trouble getting through hot days. Gotcha. Yeah. I think it's smart not to drink too much coffee when it's really hot out. Definitely, like, keep that you know, probably a bunch of caffeine isn't super good for you. Okay. It's been a busy day. I'm getting tired of... Yeah, I'm not a big fan of busy days. I completely sympathize with you. This crap, yeah, man. Tell them that you're going to be... Start pushing the idea that you're going to be a full-time streamer. Just kind of maybe think about quitting your job, since... I'm just kidding. No, I totally get it. I hate when they dial up the difficulty at work to 11, then they break off the knob, and it's like they're just like, there you go. That's just where it is now. Enjoy. I think people are hard to draw because there are so many of them. People are hard to draw because there are so many of them. I don't know if you're kidding, but it's really funny. I have to really lock. They have to really look like themselves, and it's hard to draw. I don't know. I don't know why I thought that was so funny, but yeah, people are hard to draw because there are so many of them. Yes, if we were all just clones of one another, it would simplify the problem, right? If we just looked alike. Just a single entity that, like, what do you call it? I have to be really careful here because I'm starting to enter into that, like, territory where things are gonna get real subtle. Like the differences between the shades of trees, or, you know, the darkness between them. I'm gonna have to use a lot of this erase word to kind of bring down the values and stuff like that, and then bring them back up. But I'm really... I think I can manage the situation. Like, this force situation can be managed. It's just going to require a lot of subtlety and a lot of refinement. Oh, I started adding, like, little sound effects to my little game that I was telling you guys about. I need to stream it one of these days. I just want to get to the part where I'm doing, because, like, I want to get to the part where I'm doing art-like stuff, like the frame-by-frame animations. I feel like that's the only part of it I want to stream, because I have to use, like, my whole brain to, like, figure a problem out. When I'm doing the parts where I'm trying to figure something out, I can't, like, sit there and talk to chat. I can't do it. But eventually... Let me wash my dishes. Don't like them sitting there. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, buddy. And I usually, honestly, I've been really good about my dish game. I haven't my sink like I've been really like staying on top of my kitchen game. Like I just clean my air fryer. I get everything. Like I make sure at the in the morning because I work from home. I make sure my kitchen like there's nothing in the sink every single morning. Because it really does. There's something about the kitchen where if you leave it alone for a little bit and let it get dirty, it gets 10 times more difficult. Like once it gets a little bit more dirty than what's normal, and it gets completely like it turns into like Resident Evil in like 2 seconds. So I've been trying to stay on my kitchen game. is coming along well, I think. I don't think I've ever gotten this deep on this kind of stuff, to be honest. This might be some of my more detailed stuff so far. Not so much the detail, it's more the level of nuance between like the distances and stuff, and it's like I have to like really focus to keep it all in line. I feel like I'm trying to be as careful as I can be. Like as I move forward, I'm trying to be super careful so I don't fall into a trap of you know, overdoing a thing and then having to go back on it. You know, I don't want the background to start competing with the foreground either. That's the other issues. I want to be careful not to step into that kind of zone. I think we're still good. Even that right there is a little bit of an overkill. Gotta be a little careful. Every 20 minutes you should take breaks from sitting if you're a human. What the? I think that's probably solid advice, but I'm just not gonna do it. What the? How am I supposed to draw for 5 hours straight if I'm getting up every 20 minutes? No, you're making a good point, but like I said, I'm just not gonna. Advice ignored. But I do appreciate it. I've been thinking about this for a while. I need to have a bunch of like wacky sounds I can play when somebody like whines about something. I'm gonna have like a baby crying, and then like if someone like does advice, I'll be like advice ignored, and like an alarm will go off. I think that would be so much fun if I had like a little keyboard. Thumbs up, nice. Do you think Steve Jobs followed that advice? What the, you know, not comparing myself to Steve Jobs, but let's be, you know, the Titans do not stand up or whatever. They sit down and do stuff on the computer all day or something. Alpha grind mindset, bro. You seem to counter the need to get up by stretching a lot. Do I? I do the leg. I do the knee. I do the knee on the chair, and that's how I get through it. is like all you really have to do is not so much get up and do, like you just have to readjust your spinal position. Like you just have to kind of keep doing, you know what I mean, a spinal shift, and then you're good. I mean, that's how it works for me, you know. Half perch, that's right. I need a lot more comfortable chair. There you go. It's your chair that's the problem. I only ever found one chair in my life that I actually thought was comfortable. And it was a cheap office chair, not a really cheap one, but it was like $100 or something, you know. And I never once again found anything comparable that I could sit in for as long and as good. And it had a wooden kind of, like it was a normal chair, but like it's under it was like wooden, and it just, the bolts, because I would keep leaning back, it just, the bolts just snapped out of the wood one day, and I went flying back. It was hilarious. And yeah, ever since then I never found a chair that had anything close on that chair. It was amazing. They said I was buying a leather chair. It started peeling because they lied, so I dumped the top portion and put a wooden round as this You know what? I had this. I had to put a car. This chair's like falling apart. Well, its frame isn't. That's why I keep it. But it's. I'm due for a new chair. It's just that like I don't want to spend however much money like one of these chairs costs nowadays. So I bought a car seat cover and I just slapped it on top and I'm like done. That's about as much as I want to spend. $20 done. Oh no. No. I don't want to start one of these. I hate when these chalky pencils break. It takes so long to start over. I wasn't even pushing hard. Like I really wasn't. Once they go bad like that, you just, and the thing is, I'll probably go through that entire pencil and it'll just keep breaking. Because I probably dropped it onto something hard and then it's just all broken inside. Sorry, I gotta be really delicate. I don't want to start another one over again here. I'm almost not even putting weight on it. Yeah, let me sharpen that up a little bit. Alrighty, we're getting close. Alright. Maybe the wax inside is melting. The wax inside is melting? I'm not sure what you're implying, sir. What the? Pencil pigment is held together with wax. Whoa! We're all learning something new. Look at that. Did you guys know that? Sorry. I don't know why they can't control like the volume. Like I like that song. I like that music. I just don't like how it keeps getting louder. Like, that music is definitely for showing the main character walking through like a desert. And he's fallen on hard times, and he has to like find friends to rebuild his army or something like that. That's definitely what that music is for. But it's just like control the volume, bro. You know. Has anyone seen the new Odyssey movie? I was thinking about going in. I've been hearing like kind of half good things about it. Seems like maybe it's worth checking out. At least Red Letter Media, that's the only movie review thing I watch. They said it was captivating. And I'm about like in their age range to find like a nice movie like that interesting. The other good thing is that there won't be a bunch of kids. When I went to see the the back rooms, it was like a sea of teenagers. And I was actually a little bit surprised because I thought that was a little bit before their time. Like the back rooms is kind of like, I feel like that was kind of more my era a little bit, but so I was a little bit surprised, but I kind of, I want to time it so I don't go at the same time as the, I just don't want teenagers to be there. They make it not super fun to watch. Blocked. Fair point. I should do that too. Avoid teenagers. Yeah. Well, they just generate too much noise. Is the problem? I don't like mind that they exist. I just don't want to listen to their noises and. It looks so much different. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to put a lot of work into this forest because I want it to be like very, like a specific way looking. So I feel like I'm definitely gonna have to put some time into it, but it's okay. Thank ya. Okay. My favorite part is the doorway light. I want to walk in there. Nice. Well, that's what we want to do. Is lure unaware. Oh, maybe that should be the story. Dude, maybe it should be like Hansel and Gretel. Oh, that's such a good idea. Thank you. So what happens is an unaware like traveler goes in there for shopping for whatever, and then the thing is in the background, and when you get in there, it kind of like locks you in there and eats you. Bro, that is such a good idea. Thank you. Me make stuff. Thank you for the emoji. Future Royal says, what the? Nice. Do you guys think that's a good idea? Doesn't that? Yeah, thank you. Well, you said I want to go in there. I'm like, that's such a good idea for you to go in there. Yeah, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I think that's good lore. You know, that seems like very in line with like those kind of stories where. Thank you, Future. Your burdens are heavy, traveler. Rest here, you know? They should even honestly, they should even like let you sleep there. So you get all relaxed and tucked in, and then boom. I think I'm just a genius. Trying to see, this is like so new to me. I feel like this kind of a situation with these trees and stuff. And I don't think it's just because I'm getting like a little tired. I think it's, I don't know. I'm kind of like bedazzled on what to do next. I'm just gonna go very carefully and do what I know what to do, and then gonna see where I end up. Because it still needs to be a little bit better done. I'm not quite where I want to be visually, if that makes sense. Yeah, see, it doesn't, the force doesn't look right. The force does not look right. And I'm not entirely sure how to fix that, but we will. Like, I just like will fix it, but I'm just not entirely sure how at this exact moment. Thank you, Future Oil, for all the emojis, man. I appreciate it. I think this might be the most complicated picture I've ever done because it kind of seems surface level, kind of simple. My dilemma would be how much should look orchestrated or intentional versus natural, mysterious. Oh, I see what you're saying. See, at first glance, you have the foreground. You have this house and this land. Then you have like the sort of the first layer of the trees, and then there's only like 3 things to keep in mind. But then like it's like, but it's not that simple somehow. I just keep like being. So we'll just keep it. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm just gonna make it good. I just am gonna make it good. I think what's the phrase, like when your ambition is higher than your skill level? I kind of feel like I flew too close to the sun a little bit, maybe, and things were feeling good. I felt like I was going in the right direction, and then suddenly I was like, why does the force look weird? Because logically what I'm doing makes sense, like I said, and maybe it's just like way more refinement. More than you can chew, overwhelmed. I don't know, right? Like, I don't know. See, the thing is like I might be on the right path. I'm just not sure. It's not a bad thing if progress is slow. Yeah, no, I mean, real progress and understanding is always slow, right? Like, but yeah, I'm just gonna keep it rolling until you know. I'm just gonna keep coming back to it till we do. I just wasn't expecting it to you know what I mean. I wasn't aiming for it to be like so to become this, but because I was still in like that pastel mode where I was like, yo, we're gonna hit up pastels and things are gonna speed up and it's gonna be like sexy and like all this stuff, and then like I'm like, this is stream 18 of the same house, and I'm just like touching the background, like I'm like, no, it doesn't look quite right. But it's fine. It's okay. I'm just gonna be like a stubborn goat and get it. Like I don't care what at this point. I'm just like, I don't care what it takes. Sometimes you just have to kind of double down and just be like, no. At work, we have something like Eggly development, where we split tasks into bite-sized features. The only downside of that is there is a lot of planning involved after, rather than grabbing the bull by the horns mentality. Yeah, I kind of always do the bull by the horns. Like, if I'm gonna get something done, even if I go in the wrong direction for a while, otherwise it just doesn't get started when things are in like plan mode. I can never coherently get enough of the picture to like get started, so nothing else works for me. But you have to be, the trade-off is you're gonna be paying for it later when you find out you have been going in the kind of doing the wrong thing, and then now you have to like walk back to zero to start moving in the right direction. That's the only downside. At work, we have a sink or swim policy. We had a little bit of that too. You either sink or swim. Yeah, we had a pool, and it was up to you whether you wanted to work there or not. Yeah, just do it faster and slappier. Just do it faster and slappier. The other thing I don't like about plans is that they never like work for me. Is like, I feel like you can spend months kind of planning out the old whatever, but then like circumstances change so quickly that I've never had a plan that's like lasted more than like 15 seconds where inevitably like the thing you thought was like contradicted within the first 15 seconds and you have to throw half the plan away. It's almost like just do it. And that's the only thing that like works, I feel like. At least that's been my lifelong experience of all this stuff. I think it's kind of working, right? Like, I feel like I'm kind of on the right path. I just have to very gently and slowly bring this out towards us with the contrast. Like, just very slowly. I'm just being very, very, like, I have to be very subtle here because even just a slight miscalculation, and that's why I'm being like very, very meticulous. to kind of bring this forward. And once that's done, then I can kind of focus. I think you can kind of see that like this tree and this hill are kind of on the same setting, same layer, and then this creature and that tree will be on the same wavelength. Actually, I think what I should have done is been a little bit more biased with the eraser and kind of like take back the stuff that I'm not working on, just take it almost to white again and rebuild it once this has been established. Like my main sort of like this layer has been like done, and then I do the behind layers slowly instead of kind of trying to go from like little piece to little piece. And that's where things get like really confusing, and sometimes it like doesn't come together because you're trying to like put random pieces instead of having. To be fair, students are more geared towards learn by doing. It's hard to plan something you don't know how to do yet. Well, I would just say do it, because like it's fine that you don't know how to do it. You'll just do it wrong, but then you'll be like, okay, that's not how you do it. But at least you know 1 out of 1,000 ways not to do it, and then it's like, right, the more stuff you do, you have like a better guess at how to start and stuff. So you just have to like I totally get what you mean, but it's definitely better to have someone coordinate you a little bit. But if that's not available, I would just say don't worry too much about it and just do it. Whatever it is. Whatever the thing is. What do you think of this idea? I would draw the background in incredible detail and only then start to obscure the details. Well, thinking like back to like digital art, you usually go the opposite way. Usually, well, I mean, the background you don't really need to do in incredible detail for most times, right? Like you can. The detail usually is only focused on what you want them to pay attention to. I would not. I would go simple and then just, especially with the background. I feel like it always goes the other way around, where you put down simple and then grow the thing. Well, if the problem is if you're not seeing it, the problem is if you're not seeing it. I'm not. I think I'm not fully understanding what you. I'm not catching the drift. In comic books, they do character studies or models in super detail. Right. Do you have one of the creatures in the background? Well, the troll we talked about, but the troll is there. Trial and error isn't a bad thing to learn stuff, and actually, most of the time, the way to learn, you can't always do things perfect the first time. Yeah, I agree. I think, yes, I basically agree with that sentiment. You just have to get over the fear of failure, or whatever they say. I'm thinking of buying a little keyboard, like a little electric keyboard that I can plug into my computer and like learn how to play like a little bit of music for some ambience and make some sound effects and things like that. But that's just a thought I've been having. I don't know. That's one of those things where sound design and stuff like that is very far outside of my like. I don't know like the first thing about it. But in terms of making like little sound effects, I'm gonna need that, and I don't want to use any sound effects from anywhere else that is not paid for or I made it. That way I know for a fact that it's mine and that nobody can claim anything on me. M Audio has a few keyboard models. M Audio? I'm gonna have to write that down. I would treat each tree like a character, but I really like drawing for drawing's sake. Oh, okay. Can you not treat every tree like a character, but then still draw for drawing's sake? Are those in opposition to each other? I'm at 5 hours. I guess I still got work to do today. I still gotta go do many hours of work. But I do think we made really good progress. Let me kind of zoom out here really quick. Just kind of capture. I think you can kind of tell what I'm going for. And hopefully I can bring it home within the next few streams. I do feel like it's gonna take a few more streams because it's like it needs time to cook. I still feel like yeah, there's still some cooking that needs to be done here because the forest to me right now it looks okay-ish, like service, like it's like everything in the background is kind of serviceable. You know, it needs like a lot of work. I feel like it doesn't have that like wow factor, or at least a one source I think means for a fact you own what you create. I'm going to but yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that, and I don't know. It just doesn't scream as finished or good to me right now. It still needs like I need to figure something out there. But I really had a lot of fun. Let me write down M Audio. I'll check it out. I don't have a keyboard, or maybe I can use a virtual keyboard or something. I don't really need to buy one necessarily, or I'm sure I can buy like a $15 one on Amazon or something like that. M Audio, is that like a website? But I'll look into that. Right now, I'll raid you guys out, and I hope you guys have. I had a lot of fun today, and I think we're on the right path. But I'm definitely in the try this model M Audio Key Station 32. All right, buddy. Let me write that down. M Audio Key Station. Key Station 32. I don't want to spend more than $20 on anything right now. Oh yeah, virtual keyboard would work too. Yeah, it'd probably be easier to have like a little thing here. And then actually, if I bought a little keyboard, I could like play little tunes for you guys. I'm just saying. Anyway, let me raid you guys out. I super had fun. Y'all have a great night. Who do we have here? Casey Art. We'll do Casey.
Very, very cool.
Okay, see.
Everyone gets
Y'all have a great
sunglasses
night.
now, just the best
Bye.
of us.